chat on the Indigenous Leadership Initiative and the First Nations National Guardians Network. So please welcome Valérie Courtois, Director for the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, Valérie Courtois, Directrice de l'Initiative de Leadership Autochtone, et Shauna Morgan-Seegers, Interim Director of the First Nations National Guardians Network. And all of our discussions in the plenary sessions are now live streamed. So we please welcome everybody that is watching us today on the web. And if anyone has tobacco, yet you still didn't give it back into the basket will be in the back of the room. Thank you. Alors, for the next 30 minutes, please welcome our guests, Valerie and Shauna.
Hello, everyone. Whoa. These are some really bright lights. So anybody who comes on the stage, just be ready for that reality. Before we begin, I just want to really thank the drummers, Elder Annie, Rihanna. That was just beautiful. Thank you for involving us in the ceremony. I hope that you all feel uplifted and as well as being grounded. We really felt it was important to start this gathering in ceremony. And so thank you very much for taking that time with us. If I could call my presentation up, that would be great. Okay, no presentation. All right, I'm gonna wing it. It's all right. So I'll start by telling you there's a lot of new faces in this room, and I am I'm tickled about the fact that there are so many new faces in this room because it means that the movement is indeed growing. And so welcome to everybody hasn't been able to participate to the first three gatherings. The first one was in 2016 here in Ottawa. We also had one in 2018, 2019 in Vancouver. And of course, with the pandemic, we took a little break, and we're so happy to be back in person with you now for this fourth gathering. The Indigenous Leadership Initiative, for anybody who doesn't know, is really an organization. We're the only national scope Indigenous-led conservation and stewardship organization. There's about 25 of us on the team, and you'll notice they're all very busy making sure that you're all well. If you have any questions or concerns, just look for one of our team members. We will, of course, address them. And I do want to give a shout out to the ILI team for all of the hard work and organization that this has taken. We are an organization that is about strengthening and upholding our nationhood, because strong nations make strong decisions and can reconnect to the land, and we can regain who we are as nations and as people of place, as my friend Glaliasila talks about and spoke about earlier this morning. We have a senior leaders organization that helps guide our work, and many of the senior leaders are here in this room today. We've got, of course, the Honorable Ethel Blondin Andrew, who is here. The wonderful Norma Cassie, who's Gwich'in from the Yukon. Glaliasila, who's hereditary chief from the Heiltsuk Nation. Bob Overvold from the Northwest Territories. Bob's here in the room. As well as David Flood, who helps guide the Wahqutwin organization. He's here somewhere. So thank you very much. Here he is walking through the door here. And so these senior leaders really help guide the work. And we're really an organization that is an advocacy organization that helps promote the work that you do on the ground. And so it's really important that we connect and touch base with you all through these sorts of events. So thank you very much for making the journey. I know some of you have had a multiple day journey to arrive here in Ottawa. So thank you very much for doing that. I'm from the community of Mastuyats, which is the westernmost Innu community in what is now known as Quebec. But I've lived and worked in Labrador for the last 20 years, which is why you might hear a bit of an accent when I'm speaking. I can't help it, but that's okay. We really started, you know, Guardians have existed since time immemorial. We've always been Guardians, but we were very, very inspired by the work of the Haida Watchmen, who are the first, modern expression of a Guardian program. They started in the early 80s, and we've got a number of Haida representatives here. I do want to shout out to Miles Richardson, who's also a senior leader for the Indigenous Leadership Initiative. And Miles, early on in his political career, was president of the Haida Nation when the Watchman program formalized. And so we've been very inspired by the Watchman program. We also have members of the Innu Nation here in the room. They're the second oldest program. Go Innu Nation. And they started their program back in 1992, and it was a fisheries program. And believe it or not, the word guardian is an imperfect translation from an Innu word, kanatu kwatak, minasquat kanatu kwatak, which is a much richer concept. But when the Department of Fisheries and Oceans decided to stop the commercial salmon fishery at the same time as the moratorium on cod in 1992, for those of you who will remember, oh, there's my presentation. Thank you. You can skip forward about 3 slides now, please. Or no, I don't have a remote. So the translation, the word is an imperfect translation, because when the Department of Fisheries and Oceans started with their salmon work, thank you, Frank. Let's see if that works. Awesome. There you go. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans really wanted Innu to be officers. And of course, we had a terrible history of the colonial government imposing the work of the officers, and the Innu Nation said, no, we're good. We've been here for almost 10,000 years fishing salmon. We can manage our own. And the Department of Fisheries and Oceans said, how are you going to do that? And they said, well, and we were, the Innu kind of conferred and said, well, we have guardians. And so that's the origin of the word guardian in this kind of national scope. It's because of the Innu Nation, and this is their one of their wonderful fisheries guardians preparing the boat to go patrol around there. So let's skip that. Believe it or not, that's me almost 20 years ago when I first joined the Innu Nation. I was the director of the Office of the Environment, as well as the forestry planner. I'm a forester by trade. And I really was inspired by seeing how Guardians, the work that the Guardians did, but more importantly, how being a Guardian changed their lives for the better, how it helped people heal from the effects of colonialism and all of the dark period that we've just are starting to emerge from. And when I saw what this could do to these young men and women in Labrador, I thought, imagine what would happen if every community across the country could have guardians. And that was the origin of our organization starting to work and develop and see what we could do about uplifting your work on the ground. In 2014, we actually gathered all of the programs that we knew about, and there was about 30 of them that existed at the time. And we asked, what is it that makes your programs work? And they said, well, it's because we're rooted in who we are. That's what makes us work. And then we asked, what would you need to continue your program? And what do you think the national vision should be? And they asked us 3 things. 1, They asked for a network. They were thrilled to meet each other. They had a sense that there might be other guardians there, but that was the first time that most guardians met other guardians from other regions. And so they said, we need a network. We need some way of connecting between us. And so that we're not always reinventing the wheel, but we can build upon each other's successes and experiences. The second thing they asked for was a recognition of the profession of guardianship. As a forester, I'm actually wearing my ring. There is a sense of recognition in the profession. I have a professional association. I don't have to prove my professional acumen to anybody. When I say I'm a forester, that is recognized. We want the same for you. We don't want you to have to always justify the work that you do with all of the land users around you. We want this profession to be recognized. And Shauna will tell us a little bit more about that movement when she speaks. And then the final thing they asked for is they said, look, we're all dependent on program funding, on projects. We're all having to fill out applications and then report back on those applications. And that takes away from our vision of being able to really develop who we are and what we do as our thing. And I remember when I was sitting in the Innu Nation and directing the program, I spent about 80% of my time filling out applications and then reporting back on them, $25,000 at a time. The budget at the time when I was there was $1.5 million. So you can imagine how many applications I had to make, $25,000 at a time. And that's just ridiculous. We never had the chance to say, if we were holding the pen, what would this look like? Where would we take this? And so that's what inspired our movement to attempting to get funding, particularly from the federal government, on that work. In 2015, we attended the Special Chiefs Assembly of the Assembly First Nations right across the river at the Hilton Lac Lemay. And there was the first resolution that recognized guardians, but also the need for a network. And the Assembly First Nations and the Chiefs Assembly all supported unanimously this resolution. And when we met with the executive and the Chiefs Assembly, they said, look, we're really focused on all of the AFN programs, the closing the gap, all of those kind of efforts. You guys are kind of like the lands people. If you guys can run with this, that would be great. And so that's where the Innu Nation really took the charge of leading the efforts and getting the federal government to invest in guardians. In 2016, the senior leaders and I had over 180 lobby meetings here in Ottawa and across the country, where we pounded the pavement, and sometime when we're sitting around coffee, I could tell you all of the great stories about that effort of lobbying with Ovid Mercredi and Stephen Kakfui and Miles Richardson and Dave Porter and I, our friend Dave. I love that man. I wish he was here, and I hope he's watching online. Hi, Dave. We love you. We miss you. Dave, for anybody who knows Dave Porter, you know that he loves his Starbucks coffees. He always has the most giant venti, I think, Starbucks coffee in his hands. And as we were walking around Parliament, he would carry it. And of course, when you go into Parliament, you can't bring your coffee. So Dave would cache his coffee around the Parliament buildings and then pick it up when we were done. So I always thought of Dave as a bit of a squirrel for that reason. I'm sure there's still some coffee cups on the ledge of the Parliament buildings. In 2017, the government of Canada agreed to make an initial investment of $25 million. Now, our ask was actually $500 million when we approached the government. And at the time, it was Catherine McKenna, who was Minister of Environment and Climate Change. And she said, we're not really ready for the big investment, but we believe in what you're saying. So let's make a pilot and let's figure out how we can do this together. And we said, okay, we agree on two conditions. One is that this investment will be done in a nation-to-nation way. We don't want a program. We've been programmed to death. We are our own nations. We deserve a partnership. The second condition is that we said this does indeed need to be a pilot. We want to see this as a way of building our capacity for you to support more guardians. And she agreed. In 2021, there was an extra investment made. There was $340 million dedicated to Indigenous-led conservation and stewardship, of which $173 million, it was for guardians. 100 of that million, that 173 went through Environment and Climate Change Canada, and the other $73 million is run through Parks Canada. They are not run equally, and we're still working on making sure that all of the agencies and all of the departments in the Government of Canada align with the vision that is in this room and that is of the movement. But those investments were key. The other thing that was announced in that budget in 2021 was the recognition that the Government of Canada would support the creation of the very first in the world First Nations Network. I just lost, there it is. First Nations National Guardians Network, which Shauna will tell us more about. The results of these investments are astronomical. And today, in the First Nations realm alone, we now have over 120 programs across what is now known as Canada, 150 total if we include the Métis and Inuit programs. And by the way, we've made a special effort with this gathering to welcome Métis and Inuit representatives so that we can create bridges between what we do. We, of course, respect the distinction-based approach of the government and your relationships, your unique relationships with the Government of Canada. But we thought that it's really important that where we can build bridges and learn from each other, we should do that. And so we've made a special effort to welcome Métis representatives here in this room. So thank you for coming. With the 120 programs on the ground, with my quick calculation, that means that there are over 1,000 guardians today whose job it is to love and care for the places where they're from. I firmly believe that it is making Canada a stronger country. It is helping us regain and heal and emerge out of colonialism, out of this experiment that the empires have thrust upon us. And I firmly believe that the work that you're doing is helping inform the work of our leadership to be better leaders and for us to heal from that and reconnect with the land. I love in the room, there's all kinds of beautiful artwork and jewelry and expressions of who we are. That is only possible when we are connected to the land. It's because we're there that we can hunt those animals and tan those hides and make the ceremonies around all of that and create this beautiful expression of who we are. And that is what this country is. It is built upon our backs, and we are fundamentally identified with its future. And Canada's future depends on our thriving. What's good for Goose Bay is also good for Shahajit. What's good for Montreal is also good for Akwesasne. And I think that we are really onto something. And I hope my dream and the thing that makes me just beam with pride and with happiness is when I hear young people say, I want to be a guardian when I grow up. So with that, the Indigenous Leadership Initiative's goal is that every single First Nation that wants a guardian program has the support to do so. And so I do want to turn it over to Shauna now. And so Shauna is now the new interim director of the very first in the world First Nations National Guardians Network. And this network is going to be the conduit for the expression of that nation-to-nation relationship with the Government of Canada. So over to you, Shauna.
My First Nation is Waskaganish Cree Nation, which is on the southern shores of James Bay on the Rupert River. I just want to start out by saying, Wajay, welcome everyone to the National Guardians Network, the first one of the that's being co-convened by the ILI and the National Guardian Network. It's so good to see so many familiar faces and new faces in the room. It's just absolutely exciting. I just want to acknowledge the opening with the elder and the drummers, the water ceremony. I hope that all of your hearts are as full as mine from the ceremony that we had this morning. I think someone's mentioned it, but I'm the interim executive director, and I'm working alongside the inaugural council of the First Nations National Guardian Network, or as we like to call ourselves, the NGN. And we were selected to help build the foundation of what is going to be the most amazing network. And I want to acknowledge some of the council members that are in the room with us today. Jillian Stavely from the Cascadene Nation. Jillian, if you're in the room, please stand up. We also have Marjolaine Chernish from the Innu Nation. Marjolaine. And our other council member is Melody Lapine from Mikisew Cree Nation. And unfortunately, Melody could not be with us today. Melody Lapine, as some of you may know from Mikisew Cree Nation, is situated in the heart of one of the most industrialized landscapes, probably in the world. And she has to fight on a daily basis to make sure that the lands and waters in her territory are clean, and she's working very hard along with her guardians to do as much as they can to keep it so that they can continue to practice their traditional values in a good way. I also want to acknowledge our ex officio members. I believe that Julie Boucher from Environment and Climate Change Canada is in the room with us today. And I haven't had a chance to do much visiting today, so I don't know Curtis Skur from the Assembly of First Nations, if Curtis is in the room with us today. If not, Curtis, we're thinking of you. And just to acknowledge that you know, when we were announced back in December, we had 2 additional council members, Gujau from the Haida Nation and Herb Norwegian from the Decho Nation. And unfortunately, they've had to step back from the council at this time. Some reasons because of competing demands. As you may know, Herb was elected the national chief of his nation. And Gujau is continuing to be an advisor to us. So we're so thankful for all of the contributions of our council members in establishing the network. So I just wanted to pick up where Val left off here. ILI's goal is that every First Nation in what is now known as Canada could have a Guardians program. And that is the exact vision of the National Guardian Network, is that all those nations that want Guardian programs will have the resources to have a program. And our mission is to support and connect with First Nations Guardians. So whatever we can do to support you, that is what we want to accomplish in our mission. And, you know, many people talked about the importance of the Guardians' work. And it reminded me this morning of the time that I spent walking on the land and watching and helping to protect the forests for our future. I'm trained as a botanist and slogged through the mud and, you know, did that very difficult work of having to go out and face the elements on a daily basis. And, you know, some of the things that people were talking about this morning reminded me of some of the work that I did as my time at ILI. when we were talking with so many different nations about guardians. And I was reminded about elder and knowledge holder Gordy Walker, and what he talked about in terms of the names of guardians, because of course, I've heard it from so many of you in the room, that the word guardian is imperfect, as Val has acknowledged. And Gordy talked about, you know, a Cree word that talked about how it's the people that are still attached to the land by their umbilical cord. The earth is our mother. Without her, we cannot survive. And I've heard elders say that, you know, if you want to connect with our mother, lie down, face down on the ground, and you'll connect with her like that. You'll feel all those great emotions. You will rediscover all of that knowledge. I hear people talking about how the knowledge is gone, is lost. And I've heard other elders say, our knowledge is not gone. Our knowledge is hidden in every leaf and every rock. And all we need to do, as the elder this morning said, wake up, open your eyes, open your ears, listen. All our knowledge is still there for us. This is where our ancestors got that knowledge, from the land, from their lived experience. We still have eyes, we still have ears, we still have hearts we can feel. Listen, wake up and listen. There was another element that, you know, and it's hard for me because I have a really big heart and it breaks every time. Like I hear about another oil spill or another tailings pond that's leaked. And I think we heard our knowledge carriers today talk about that as well. The signs that we're seeing around the world. It's not just our knowledge keepers, the knowledge keepers of those that have come from away talk about it too, the scientists, right? We are facing a mass extinction, the 6th mass extinction. We have climate change. We think about those that are fighting those fires. And I heard a firefighter in Alberta talk about, you know, I've been doing this since 1984. I've never seen a season start as early as this season. And I'm not surprised that it's there in Alberta. I've been called over to those lands. For me, it was the wounds of the land that were calling me over there and gifting me with knowledge to share with people. I don't have a lot of time today because I want to get into the network to share those lessons with you, but I hope that at some point I can share those lessons with you in the future. But the thing I wanted to say is that, you know what? We are being told by our elders that guardians are the way forward. This isn't the first time that we've faced extinction. 90% of Indigenous people that lived on Turtle Island were wiped out, gone, when they came from away. And I heard a quote that I want to paraphrase. You tried to bury us, but you didn't know we were seeds. And that's what all of you in this room are. You're the seeds. You listen to your elders. You listen to your knowledge holders. You pick up. You go back to the land and you listen. And you give back. You give back to the earth because she's given so much to you. And the network is a seed as well. It's just barely planted. I feel like a seedling all the time because there's so much work to do and I have to move very quickly. For all of you, I have to move very, very quickly. And right now, you know, I have some support from the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, but I don't have any staff. I have to get those staff. And I hope I hope if any of you are interested in helping the network and the administration of these funds for the future of network, that you would apply when you hear the call. So I want to talk just a little bit. This is the boring part that is about the administration of the funds, but that's a lot about what the network will be doing, right? The government of Canada will distribute the funds to the network. The network will distribute the funds out to all of you. And the reason that that system wasn't working, there's a few reasons why it wasn't working, and Val acknowledged the lack of partnership, right? Creating just another government program. I don't know how many times I heard the senior leaders of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative talk about, this is not a program. We have given you a gift. You know, we are giving you a gift, not just to Canada, to the world, by practicing our Indigenous ways, by taking care of the land and the future. Not just for our children and our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, but for everyone's children. We all need the earth to survive. And some of the difficulty with the way that we were running the program previously, because we were there, we created a joint working group after the first year of the program. And I was an ex officio member on that. There's several people in the room that have been joint working group members that help to make recommendations to the federal government and how we would spend those monies. And the thing about the federal government is it's massive. So the Guardians were just one little piece of the funding pot out there. And in my mind, I think of it like a train, one little boxcar on all of these other things. So when we would make recommendations, it would go up onto this train and get rolled up. And not only were they then approving our decisions, well, our recommendations that we made, they had to roll it up with every other funding pot that they have under Environment and Climate Change Canada. And it takes way too long, months and months. You've all experienced this. It was unpredictable. When were you going to get your funding in a year? Was it going to be early? Was it going to be late? Some people didn't get their agreements last year until October. And so this is the reason of the network. It's an act of reconciliation. It's allowing us to regain all of those things. And it's also putting the decision-making back into the hands of the First Nation. And that is what is going to create equity. And I think of the network as being like an ATV. It's much smaller. We anticipate that the funds will be able to, the joint working group will continue to make the recommendations, but now instead of going to the, so many levels of government, all the way up to the minister, now it will be made by the council members. I want to just emphasize there's no less rigor in this. It's just that there's fewer hands that have to make those decisions. And it's going to be more predictable, the timeline on when the funding will come to you. So instead of having, a part of a year to accomplish your work, you will have the whole year to accomplish your work. And there's some other benefits to the network as well. And one of them is it's a one-stop funding window. There's other government programs such as the Indigenous-led Nature Climate Solutions Program and other government departments that are doing this work. If they have Guardians funds that are out there, why are those funds not coming to the network? There are over 600 First Nations. And Parks Canada has a handful, 450,000 square kilometers is what they're managing. Indigenous peoples in this land are managing 10 million square kilometers. There's that inequity that Val was talking about again. And I'm going to speed up because I know I'm standing in between you and your lunch, because I've just like spilled water all over myself here. But in addition, there's other levels of government that are very interested in Guardian programs, provinces, territories, philanthropic organizations, corporations, public donations. All of these people could be flowing money into the network and helping to support the most important work that you're doing to help keep all of us alive. And all of our relations, not just us humans, all our relations will benefit from this work that you're doing, this most important work. And we heard Chief Frank Brown, Gisela, talk about how important all of you are. And I need to bold and underline this for you all. We need your input. We are not all wise beings up here. We're human beings. And we need to hear from you about how to improve things. We know there's been mistakes made along the way in the current way that we've done funding. And as we create the network, we're trying to do better. So we need to hear from you. And we are going to be creating ways to hear from you. And it's so important that we're able to get that input on, how do we change the intake process? What kind of exchanges should we set up for people? What kind of training do we need to support? And we've got a survey card that you were all handed out when you arrived. And so please go online, fill out that survey. Give us the information to help you and to support you. And we've got some folks here from the McAllister group. As I mentioned, I don't have any staff, so I have to hire other people to do this work at this time. But I want, if people are talking, asking you to engage and talk a little bit, please engage with them. Angus, Alden, Scott, Roberto, and Emmeline are here. And we want to find out, or one of the other benefits is the economies of scale. The network will be able to create greater purchasing power. So just to give you a brief overview of the timeline, right now, we're building the foundation between now and the fall. We want to do another Guardians intake. This will be the first one that the network undertakes. And we want to do that in the fall. As I mentioned, we'll be hiring people, revising the tools, and the Guardian exchanges and training opportunities. I envision that, in the fall and the winter, those will be the times when those things will be available. Another really important thing that I need to ask of you, we need to refresh the joint working group. The members on the joint working group have given so much of their time and so much effort over the years. Many of these people have been working since 2019 to do that work, and it's hard work. You have to review the proposals and make these heartbreaking decisions because you have to decide, how do we say no to this nation, and how do we say yes to that nation? And it's heartbreaking, but it's also inspiring because, oh my gosh, you guys write such amazing proposals. And it's so inspiring to read about the work that you are undertaking. And I've got a one-pager with more information about the commitments that the joint working group requires. And tomorrow morning, there's going to be nomination forms. Nominate yourself, nominate your friend, somebody who's good on the network to that joint working group role. And we'll have folks to be able to help make those important recommendations to the council. The other thing that's going to be happening in the coming year is the Indigenous-led natural climate solutions capacity building. We've got to revise those tools. We've got to revise the criteria for that those funding dollars as well. And we need to build the support so more First Nations can access those dollars because they're very technical programs. When we do our annual General Assembly, which I'm anticipating would be in between November and June, it has to be by June of 2024, we're going to be calling on you for council nominations because you are the network. So that's important work to be the decision makers and to provide that guidance for this network. And the other thing is to participate in upcoming Guardians evaluations. We've heard many people today talk about how important ongoing financial support is. And we need to underscore the importance of Guardians work to demonstrate the value. We need a robust evaluation, and it's important for the work that Val will continue to do, which is to advocate for the Guardians funding. And just as Chief White Duck talked about, ILI is going to continue to advocate for Guardians funding, but we need all of you to advocate for Guardians funding, not just the people in this room, everyone who's watching online. We need your support to do this important work. And one more benefit, I saved the best for the last. It's about what Chief White Duck said, you know, the increased opportunities for collaboration and sharing. And I'm going to tell you a little story about something that happened in March. I got a call one day on the weekend. Unfortunately, I pick up my work calls on the weekend too. And I'm glad I did that day. Because this individual was calling me to ask for help. A tailings pond had spilled and polluted the river. Millions and millions of liters of pollution was being flowed into that water. And we had that ceremony this morning about the water. So very important that we keep our water clean. That is the knowledge that we were given as women. And I think that's why so many of the Guardian coordinators and the people working on the administrative side are women, because we know how important it is. The lives of our children depend on this. We need to make sure that those waters continue to flow. Not just the land waters, the waters that carry our unborn children are dependent on clean water, access to clean water. So very important. And so what she called to ask was to say that she had met someone at an ILI gathering. And she said that person was talking to her about this expert who was the topmost oil pollution expert in the world. She's like, I need this guy's information today. Can you get it to me, please? I can't remember who I was talking to. So I got on my phone and I started texting Val. And I was texting one of our supporters as well, because Val told me, oh, I know who this is. I know who she was talking to. And it's one of our longtime supporters, Steve Kallick, who's also in the room. And he goes, so then I don't know if I was texting with you, Steve, or we were on the phone, but Steve was like, yeah, he's like one of my closest friends. And he worked on the Exxon Valdez spill that happened back in 1989, probably long before some of you in this room were even born. And within minutes, we had the name of this top-notch expert and how she could contact him. And that's the value of a network. You don't have to go it alone. You have people you can rely on, people that have walked down this path before you. people that are experiencing the same challenges that you're experiencing. And that's the value of a network. We can reach out, we can rely on each other. And I'll close by saying, or telling you a phrase, another phrase that I've heard. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I'll reiterate what Chief White Duck said. Connect, learn from each other, mix and mingle. This gathering is for you. This is your opportunity to get to know each other better and start enhancing and strengthening that network. So the next time you need help, the network is here. We got you. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Shauna, Val. So the message is out there. You are not alone. We are not alone. Thank you for your wise words, ladies. So lunch is ready. We have a buffet outside and we have to be back at 1 o'clock sharp because we have a special guest who is Minister Stephen Guilbeault of Environment and Climate Change. He's going to be here for 45 minutes starting at 1 o'clock. Alors, on vous demande, s'il vous plaît, d'aller vous servir pour le lunch, le dîner qui est servi à l'extérieur. On vous demande d'être à l'heure à 13 heures pour la rencontre avec le ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique, M. Guilbeault, qui sera ici avec nous. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, we've been asked to evacuate the room. Thank you. The building, evacuate the building.
Oui. So, I hope you had a great lunch. Espérant que vous ayez eu un bon repas ce midi. Alors, nous allons poursuivre. We're going to continue with our agenda for today. And we're inviting our guest, Minister, the Honorable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada. Nous sommes très fiers d'accueillir l'honorable Stephen Guilbeault, qui est ministre de l'Environnement et du Changement climatique du gouvernement du Canada, et avec Valérie Courtois, directrice de l'initiative de leadership autochtone, with Valérie, our director for the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, for a discussion. Permettez-moi d'abord de présenter l'honorable Monsieur Guilbeault, ministre Guilbeault, qui est un défenseur de longue date de la lutte au changement climatique et de la perte de la biodiversité. En 1993, il a cofondé Équiterre, la plus grande organisation environnementale au Québec. Le ministre Guilbeault s'est fait le champion de programmes de conservation et de gardiens autochtones. En décembre dernier, il a annoncé conjointement le lancement du réseau national des gardiens lors du sommet des Nations unies sur la biodiversité à Montréal. Minister Guilbeault has been a long-time advocate in the fight against climate change and loss of biodiversity. In 1993, he co-founded Équiterre, the largest environmental organization in Quebec. Minister Guilbeault has been a champion of Indigenous-led conservation and Indigenous guardians programs. Last December, he jointly announced the launch of a national Guardians Network during the United Nations Summit on Biodiversity in Montreal. Welcome, Minister Guilbeault and Valérie.
Merci beaucoup, Mélanie. Thank you very much. For those of you who may not know, I've actually known Minister Guilbeault for a number of years. He was also with Greenpeace in his earlier days and worked on the defense of forests. And as I spoke about earlier this morning, I'm a forester by trade. And so we had exchanged on how we might adjust the practice of forestry, particularly around caribou habitat. And so we've got a little bit of a history, and when Melanie says
a very live conversation,
it is still a very live conversation. I know you're still working on that file very, very much. And as Melanie spoke about in the introduction, Minister Guilbeault has indeed been a champion of Guardians, and under his leadership, he's made sure to feature and focus and ensure that not only Environment and Climate Change Canada as a department advances the work of Guardians, but really that the whole of government responds to what Shauna described and what we've always described is a gift to Canada and a gift to the world. So with that, I thought I would start with my first question, which is, you speak very eloquently about the need for greater collective action to address the global challenges and the joint challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change. Those are very related challenges. What role do you see Guardian programs playing in these efforts now and into the future?
Well, first, thank you very much, Val, and thank you all for welcoming me here. Merci, Koy Mélanie, for those remarks. So we go back basically a year ago. This time last year, the United Nations approached us and asked us if we would host COP15. Usually, it takes about 2 years to organize an international conference like that. We had about 5 months. No one wanted to do it inside the government. Everyone thought it was crazy. There was so much work that needed to be done. My department was reluctant, the Privy Council, the Prime Minister's Office, Global Affairs. So I went to see the Prime Minister and I said, boss, we need to do this. The planet needs this and Canada can play an important role. But we only have 5 months. So, and by the way, we'll have to do everything jointly with China. a country with whom we've had some difficulties of late. And the Prime Minister said, let's do it. But there's one condition we posed to the UN, and we said, if we are to do this, we want Indigenous-led conservation to be front and center as part of this international conference. We want to showcase, you talked about this gift to Canada and the world, and that's really what we wanted to do, and we were hoping that other countries would do the same as well. And I think COP15, according to what I've heard, speaking to many of you who were there and others who aren't in this room, was a real model for that. And I think for Canada, clearly, and I would argue for the world, there's no way we get to protecting at least 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030, as per the COP15 agreement, without Indigenous-led conservation. It won't happen in Canada. And in light of the fact that 80% of the remaining protected lands in the world are Indigenous lands, what is true of Canada is, in my opinion, true of the world as well. So for me, the Guardians program is the cornerstone of what is happening in Canada in terms of conservation and restoration, because one of the things that people talk often about in terms of COP15 is 30 by 30, and of course protecting those 30% is important, but there's what we do about the other 70% that's also really important, and this whole concept of working on restoration, and certainly in Canada, and we have, I mean, many of you are guardians, and you are in a much better position to talk about all of the benefits you've seen. But as an outside actor, I see it every day. Every time I meet people in communities who have been working on Guardians program, all of the benefits that it brings to communities and to Canada as a whole.
Merci beaucoup. Stephen, vous avez été un grand champion de la conservation sous le leadership autochtone et de notre intendance ici, mais aussi de par le monde. Le rôle de Canada à être autre à la COP15 à Montréal, ça a été vraiment un bel exemple de ce leadership-là, incluant la possibilité qu'on puisse construire un beau village autochtone au Vieux-Port pour s'assurer que la voix autochtone soit vraiment amplifiée pendant les sessions. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez que les autres pays peuvent apprendre de notre expérience ici au Canada sur le leadership autochtone et de votre support en particulier du gouvernement pour s'assurer de ce leadership-là, étant donné que vous avez reconnu que pour atteindre les cibles, ça va prendre vraiment le partenariat des gens justement dans la salle?
Je pense qu'on a vu à COP15 qu'il y a certains pays qui sont très proactifs sur ces questions-là. On pense notamment à la Nouvelle-Zélande et à des nouveaux gouvernements en Amérique du Sud, certainement le gouvernement de Lula au Brésil, le nouveau gouvernement en Colombie également. Mais on a aussi vu que c'était à géométrie très variable, qu'il y a des pays qui sont encore très réfractaires à simplement reconnaître leurs peuples autochtones et à leur donner une place sur la question de soit la lutte au changement climatique, soit la conservation de la nature. Et en fait, moi, j'aurais un peu envie de retourner la question, Valérie, est-ce que le modèle que vous avez bâti sur les gardiens de la nature au Canada, et là, le fait maintenant que vous êtes en train de bâtir le premier réseau des gardiens, qui est quand je dis le premier, c'est une première au monde, hein. C'est la première fois au Canada, mais c'est la première fois dans le monde où on a ce genre de réseau-là. Est-ce qu'il n'y aurait pas intérêt, puis je pense que tu reviens d'ailleurs d'une rencontre en Grande-Bretagne où tu as pu discuter avec d'autres représentants autochtones, s'il y avait un intérêt de votre part à travailler et à aider d'autres pays à faire ça, est-ce que c'est la création d'un réseau international? Moi, je pense que, en tout cas, moi, comme ministre de l'Environnement et nous, comme gouvernement du Canada, on serait très heureux de travailler avec vous là-dessus. Mais ça dépend de ce que vous voulez faire et de ce que tu veux faire.
Bien sûr. Je pense que, dans le fond, l'éthique et l'approche que nous avons en tant que peuple autochtone, c'est de ne pas imposer un modèle à d'autres. Puis je pense que ça s'aligne très bien avec l'approche du Canada au niveau international mais bien de pouvoir partager nos expériences, de pouvoir éviter des obstacles, de pouvoir un peu amplifier les voix. Et je trouve que ça s'aligne très bien avec l'approche justement de diplomatie internationale que vous prenez en tant que gouvernement. Donc, je pense effectivement qu'il y a des bonnes chances que ce modèle-là
Well, it is really a credit to your work, but I mean, as you know, as a government, as the crown, it is a process to accept to do things differently, to challenge old ways of doing things, and it's not always easy, but at the same time, I mean, you spoke about Minister Murray, but around the cabinet table, more and more people, certainly those that are more closely linked with Indigenous issues, Minister Miller, Minister Haidu, but other colleagues now are hearing about the benefits of the Guardians program. And I think that, I mean, that's one thing the Prime Minister reminds us of every time we have a conversation about this, is that reconciliation is not about, you know, the Indigenous Crown Relationship Minister or Ministry or ISK. It's about everyone at the table, and we all need to do better when it comes to that. And I think that the Guardian is a real model. There are other interesting initiatives that we're seeing happen at the federal level, but at the same time, I'll be the first to recognize that there's so much more that needs to be done, and to break those old colonial model that we have. We are a colonial government, but I think there's more and more willingness to look at many of the things we do and say, okay, well, this needs to change, and this needs to change, and this needs to change as well.
Thank you very much, Minister. And, you know, you've had a chance to meet some folks in the room, but also Guardians across the country. You've seen some of the impact of their work. You know that they respond to emergency responses and various spills and all of the issues that for sure come to your table because of your policies and regulations and all of that reality. What really has inspired you as a person about this work? What have you seen that really drives you to being the partner that you are in the movement of Guardians?
It's a good question. There's so many incredible initiatives, incredible, meaningful, life-changing work that is being done by the Guardian. So we now have about 1,000 Guardians across the country. And I think you said earlier, there's only one way this is going to go, and it's going to grow. And I agree with that. Certainly for us, it is there. I said it earlier, but there's no path towards achieving our 2030 goals. There's no new conservation initiatives. For example, one of the commitments we made during the last election campaign was to create 15 new urban parks. During the pandemic, many of us urban dwellers realized how much we craved green spaces. I live in front of a fairly big public park in Montreal, And during the pandemic, there was more people in the park in front of my place than at a Habs game. Now, true, the Habs haven't been doing very well lately, but this, putting that aside, like the park was packed with people day after day because it's the only place people could go. And for every of these 15 new parks, urban parks that we're creating, Indigenous peoples have to be at the table. If that doesn't happen, I've told municipalities, I've told provinces, don't even bother coming to see us. Like, it's going to be a no-go. So do your homework, sit down with your community, your Indigenous communities, start working together. Then you can come and see us for funding and to see how we can move forward. And what is true of national urban parks is true of larger projects. I was in Nunavut a couple of weeks ago, meeting with President Agekuk from QIA about the very large PFP that was announced in Montreal. And again, the PFP announcement in Montreal, which was probably, with the bringing down of the gavel at 4 o'clock in the morning on that, between the Sunday night and Monday morning, when we adopted the Kunming-Montreal agreement, that was probably my favorite moment of the conference of COP15. But my second favorite moment was when we announced the 4 PFPs and $800 million for Indigenous-led conservation. And President Agekuk wanted to have a conversation about how we move forward together. And we took skidoos to go on the land in a small cabin to have the conversation. We didn't stay in Iqaluit. He wanted us to go on the land and to see some of the work that is being done on their lands. And this summer, I'll be going to Labrador for another incredible Indigenous-led conservation initiative. And to the Northwest Territories as well for another PFP project that we're working on with a number of Indigenous nations, the government of the Northwest Territories. But it's to see, as I said earlier, like the multiple benefits, like it's conservation, it's reconciliation, it's local economic development. There's so many benefits from this program that I am personally very passionate by it, and my government is as well.
Thank you very much. For those of you who may not know, PFP is an acronym for Project Finance for Permanence, which is a model that actually emerged out of Canada. And we've got some folks here from Coastal BC, Coastal First Nation, and Namaquks that were the originators of the Great Bear Rainforest Agreement. And what's really interesting about that model is that there are private funds, philanthropy, that invests to catalyze the public investment in that, and that it is a regional approach. And so ILI is actually involved in convening the project in the Northwest Territories, and we're working very, very, very hard to conclude an agreement, hopefully by this summer, so that we can really support the work of the Indigenous-led conservation in the Northwest Territories. And for those of you who are not familiar with some of that work, I've got a colleague here, Dati Tetso, who's leading that project. She's right in the back there. So if you have any questions about that project, please. I'm sure Dati could talk your ear off about all the wonderful details of bringing together 30 different Indigenous representatives, the government of the Northwest Territories, and of course, the government of Canada. And I do want to commend in particular the work of Nicole Côté around that working group table, who's been a genuine ally in us working on concluding that agreement. Now, the ILI is not really only involved in the Northwest Territories because, of course, we're big fans of the Northwest Territories and certainly the people within the territories, but because we do think that this is a bit of a model for the future of conservation. And as a Labradorian, I actually can't wait till we start our Labrador PFP, because I do think that this, conservation isn't about the dichotomy of choosing between economic development and the environment. And the PFP model is just that. It's really about how do you center conservation within a new approach to economic development, particularly for regions. And we've all felt this for anybody who's lived in remote northern regions, that kind of boom bust extractive industry. And that that while we've had some minor benefits from that, for the most part, we've lost in those experiences. And this is a model where we're trying to redesign how that happens and how communities can be totally empowered to hold the pen in designing their futures. And that's what we need. We are nations within this nation of Canada, and it's our job to make sure that our future generations have a sustainable economy and a wonderful land base to be who we are as people of place. So thank you very much for that partnership.
Well, if I may, we met, Dati, yourself in New York last September when you spoke to me about this project, and you said you wanted $800 million in time for the COP for that. And I was sitting there going, right, yeah, sure, no problem. Now, to give you a bit of an insight on my job, it's really, really difficult as a cabinet minister to get money outside of the normal budget cycle. So the budget was announced a few weeks ago. And for someone like me to go to finance and say, hey, I need $800 million outside of the budget cycle, and I need that in the next 3 months, is a bit of I mean, you have to be a bit crazy to do that, or work with incredible people who were able to convince all of the people who needed to be convinced. And one of them who didn't need a whole lot of convincing was the Prime Minister. So, I mean, that's another thing. Like, it always helps to have the Prime Minister in your back when you want to try and do these crazy projects. But I think, I mean, he was convinced about the fact that we needed to host COP15 to help the world when it comes to tackling the issue of biodiversity loss and nature loss, and what we can do collectively to tackle that. He was convinced that he is convinced that the PFP is the way to go for conservation, which is what led to that fantastic announcement. It may be my favorite moment of COP15, like maybe on par with getting an agreement where no one thought we would be able to get an agreement in Montreal.
Thank you, Minister. And I do want to commend you for that agreement, because it is the first time that in the global biodiversity framework, there is such recognition of Indigenous-led conservation and stewardship. If you read the various targets that are associated to the agreement, there's a number of places where Indigenous-led conservation rights, titles are recognized. And I know that at the negotiation table, that's not easy to accomplish. I also want to give a shout out to Jing Corpuz and the whole Indigenous caucus team that was working with all of the various countries to ensure that that voice was at the table, because unfortunately, the negotiation space for the moment is for state governments, and Indigenous peoples do not have, we have an observer role, but we are not yet recognized as full nations within that process. And so I just do want to give a shout out to our wonderful people who spend all this time in Geneva and Nairobi and Edinburgh and everywhere to help tool the states and tool folks like yourselves to make sure that those are within the global biodiversity framework. And I know we'll continue to talk a lot about how we implement all of those targets and make sure that we're moving not only on the 30% goal, but all of the other associated targets.
Other goals, yes. Yeah. And it was a true partnership. We had an Indigenous representative on the Canadian delegation. We needed their input to ensure that those elements were in the agreement. Like, we didn't come up with these by ourselves. It was through that cooperation and that collaboration that we were able to do that as a country. And we had other allies around the table. Certainly, you spoke about Australia, New Zealand. They were all three with us. Those three governments were the real champions. But there's a lot more that can be done. I think COP15 was a good example of a beginning of what we can achieve together. But there again, there's a lot more we need to do domestically. There's certainly a lot more we can do internationally as well.
Merci. Je vais te lancer une petite question surprise parce qu'il nous reste quelques minutes. Je vais me le permettre. On entend ces nouvelles, l'Alberta, la Saskatchewan, la Colombie-Britannique sont prises par des feux immenses. C'est une saison pour les feux de forêt qui est très, très de bonheur. C'est inattendu. Ici, on a des amis qui ont dû quasiment flotter pour arriver à la conférence à cause des inondations qui ont lieu sur la rivière Ottawa, la rivière Gatineau. Vous avez une responsabilité dans le gouvernement pour non seulement la réponse à ces urgences-là, mais aussi à la gestion pour un peu mitiger les effets, etc. Que voyez-vous comme rôle pour les gardiens du territoire dans cette réponse au changement climatique, pour pouvoir vous aider à outiller cette réponse-là? Puis je vais vous donner un exemple. Au Labrador, c'est un territoire de 300 000 km². Et Environnement Canada, vous avez seulement une personne comme staff qui est responsable pour toutes les politiques, les règlements, l'application. Et c'est presque impossible pour cette personne-là d'être présente partout, de surveiller la plus grosse mine de nickel au monde, une des plus grosses mines de fer au monde, les gros projets d'hydroélectrique, la foresterie, les activités militaires, etc. Comment voyez-vous le rôle des gardiens pour justement cette réponse au changement climatique et s'assurer que nos communautés sont prêtes et capables de réagir à toutes ces réalités-là?
Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses dans ta question. Il y a beaucoup de questions dans ta question. Je vais commencer par le commencement. Ce qui est très clair pour moi, c'est que notre plus grand allié dans la lutte au changement climatique, c'est la nature. Plus on va protéger, plus on va réhabiliter notre patrimoine naturel, plus on va être bien équipé pour lutter contre les changements climatiques. C'est pourquoi, par exemple, chez mon collègue, le ministre Leblanc, qui est responsable des infrastructures, puis avant les infrastructures au Canada, c'était de l'asphalte puis du béton. Là, maintenant, on a un programme pour les infrastructures naturelles. Alors, dans l'ouest de Montréal, et on fait ça, on est en train de faire ça dans plusieurs autres coins du pays, on est en train de faire un très grand parc urbain qui sera peut-être après la Rouge ou avant le parc de la Rivière-Rouge, le plus grand parc urbain au pays. Mais je dirais, la fonction peut-être première de ce parc-là, c'est d'agir comme une éponge pour absorber le surplus d'eau au printemps, pendant la crue printanière, parce qu'on a des inondations dans ce coin-là. Et si on essayait de faire ça avec des barrages, des digues, ça coûterait bien plus cher, au moins 6 fois plus cher, et 2, ça ne fonctionnerait pas. On le sait, ça ne marche pas. Alors, les solutions basées sur la nature vont être de plus en plus importantes dans le cadre de la lutte au changement climatique et dans le cadre de l'adaptation au changement climatique. 1. 2, tu as raison, il n'y a pas assez Environnement et changement climatique Canada n'a pas assez d'employés pour faire tout ce qu'on devrait faire partout, surtout dans des territoires plus éloignés et très vastes comme le tien. Et je pense que les gardiens jouent un rôle très important et vont jouer un rôle de plus en plus important de surveillance, par exemple, que ce soit au niveau des rejets, des mines. C'est quand même assez incroyable. Dans le cas de la mine Curl en Alberta, il y a eu une fuite pendant 8 mois. Les communautés autochtones n'ont pas été averties. Le gouvernement fédéral n'a pas été averti par le régulateur albertain. Alors, clairement, les mécanismes qu'on a en place présentement sur ces questions-là ne fonctionnent pas. Je pense qu'il faut revoir toute la question des inspections. Le Québec a fait quelque chose de très intéressant il y a une dizaine d'années, quand il a revu sa loi sur l'environnement. Au lieu que ce soit l'État qui paye pour les inspections, mais maintenant, c'est les entreprises qui payent pour les inspections. Moi, je trouve qu'on pourrait s'inspirer de ça au niveau national pour renverser le fardeau plutôt que ce soit l'État, que ce soit les entreprises qui payent pour ce genre de choses-là. Et pourquoi pas des entreprises qui financent le programme des gardiens pour faire de la surveillance, pour faire de la vérification, pour faire du monitoring. Alors, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qu'on commence à peine à avoir en termes de potentiel pour le programme des gardiens, mais qui va... pas que la conservation n'est pas un élément fondamental des gardiens, mais qui va au-delà de la conservation aussi.
Yes, I often say that guardians are not only agents of conservation, but in many ways they are agents of development. In my personal experience, I've seen that, communities have a lot of pressures for responding to all of the demands on land use, etc. I remember when I sat at my chair at the United Nations in the late, it was about 2009, so just after the economic downturn, 2008, we had to analyze over 1,000 mining exploration permits that summer. And however, if I was able to assign guardians to verify the implications of those applications, The Unionation was much more tooled to interact with all of those land users, those industry demands. If we could not understand and analyze the risk to our rights and who we are as people, then we weren't able to engage with those projects. And so in many ways, the work that you're doing is also ensuring that when development happens, it happens in the right way, with the right benefits and the right people involved in those projects. So I totally agree with you that while conservation is kind of the tenant of this room, that this is really about our relationship with our places into the future. So, yeah. Okay. Believe it or not, we've made up time. Would you be up for perhaps a question or two from the room if we were?
Yes.
Right on. I know that I think we've got some extra mics, and I think we might have some runners that can take questions. So I'm just going to stand up so I can see who's there. And I see my friend David Flood from Wakotoin.
Jamigwich, thank you. Minister, thanks for coming and spending some time with us today. I'm on the senior advisors group for ILI as well. And our group of nations are in northeastern Ontario, the Height of Land Treaty 9 area. We've got a range of things happening in Ontario right now that are quite exciting for different reasons. Doubling of the wood supply, the Ring of Fire, the lack of action for conservation planning. We're talking about the Section 92 rights holder, little brother of the province. Guardians, I think, are a pathway for UNDRIP, and I know the federal government is rolling out the UNDRIP action plan right now. I'm just hoping that there's some continuity in this longer term vision for nation building that's occurring through this Guardian program, and that you'll recognize that there is the other cousin, your other relations, federal government, that you've forgotten about for some time, and really rekindle that relationship with the Indigenous people of Canada. You're in an interesting spot right now. And Treaty 9 is an example. It's 2/3 of the landmass of Ontario. I'm just giving an example of my homelands. That's a big chunk of real estate to talk about conservation planning. Now there's a small IPCA being proposed there, but that's only on the basis that little brother doesn't want to do business. So I think big brother needs to, be big brother. So I don't know if that's more of a question, is the readiness of the federal government to, really encourage and engage. Meanwhile, I know your Western counterparts, your little cousins out there, little brothers, they're doing the sovereignty acts. They want to separate the degrees of power. I feel for you. I feel for the federal government. I feel for, we're all the same people. There's MPs at the federal level that are from these provinces and jurisdictions. So the way forward looks a little muddy, I guess, the waters. And I'm just hoping that there's some strength at the federal government level here to stick together and find some resolve in this. We really need to stick together. So I'm leaning on the UNDRIP and the implementation of that act as a measure to align with ILI and the Guardian Network for this nation building exercise that you're seeing in front of you. And this is only going to get stronger. So collaborate harder. And I don't know if you want to comment to what I'm saying, but you're into it right now. So this is a chance for, I think, the federal government to step forward in a real meaningful way with the UNDRIP action plan.
Thank you. Thank you. It's certainly been an interesting ride. So we've been sued by many provinces on pricing, went all the way to the Supreme Court, and we won. And now we're being sued by 9 out of 10 provinces for the renewed impact assessment bill that we put forward, because God forbid that in Canada we should do impact assessment taking into account Indigenous people's view on what happens on their lands, or take into account the impacts of climate change of said development. The only province that's not joining the court case, although with the Supreme Court, is BC. Interestingly enough, the only province that has adhered to UNDRIP. We're being sued by provinces on the single-use plastic ban that I announced last year. Sometimes when I come back home from work and I talk with my girls and they ask me how my day went, I feel like telling them, well, today was a good day because I got sued. And if I didn't, then probably I didn't work hard enough that day. But more seriously, I mean, we take our responsibility as a federal government, both in terms of reconciliation and environment, very seriously. My very public disagreements with a number of provincial governments, certainly in Ontario, when it comes to conservation, caribou, what the Ford government is doing on the Greenbelt are well known. I think the premier called me a piece of work the other day, which I don't have. I should have like a badge or something, because I would wear it with pride. I didn't come into politics to make friends. I mean, I'm not looking to pick fights either. I prefer collaboration. But if certainly on the Ring of Fire, we've been trying to work with the Ontario government for months and months and months on a regional impact assessment, where Indigenous nations would be at the table, the province would be at the table, and the federal government would be at the table. And it can be done. The federal government just approved a new lithium mine on the Quebec side of James Bay, where all of the impact assessment was done with the Cree in collaboration. They did lots, if not most, of the impact assessment itself. So we can do this. We can. I mean, the Guardian is an interesting model for other things like impact assessment now, but the Ford government won't come to the table. In fact, the premier said the other day that he was going to take bulldozers again to the Ring of Fire. And when I meet with some of the representative on the Ontario government, like I say, listen, I want critical minerals as much as you do. We want electrification. We need our iPhones and our computers, but the model we've tried to develop for the last 30 years have failed. It has failed totally. So it won't happen unless Indigenous peoples aren't at the table making the decisions. And clearly some governments in provincial or territorial governments in the country recognize that. And unfortunately, others have a really hard time understanding that. So we will keep going at it, I think, in partnership with you to ensure that your rights are being respected as part of those proposed projects. And I think if they're not, then those projects won't happen. It's very clear in my mind.
Well, with that, Minister, I know you have to go to question period, and
Can't
so
be late for question period.
No, I understand that, and so I just want to really thank you for taking the time to come see us here and come have this chat with me, and we really look forward to what that future of collaboration looks like, and hopefully we'll get there in terms of achieving the target, because I always say that in many ways, you know, those international governments, that 30% target, you're really catching up to the Indigenous ambition, because when Indigenous peoples hold the pen, at least our experience here in Canada is that the conservation number is actually 60 and above. In fact, we have people here who've protected the entirety of their traditional territory. And so thank you so much for being here with us. Good luck at question period, and we'll continue to work together.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you, merci. Mr. Minister and Valerie. Need to do better, break colonial models, change is needed, and conservation efforts and collaboration must continue. So we heard our guests. So now for our next part of our program, pour la prochaine partie de notre programme, we have small groups that were organized with moderators, knowledge exchange groups. You can see on the screens the 3 groups that we'll have. And there's 3 options. So from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. So you have the subject matters, which first one will be Guardians and Natural Resource Development. This is going to be happening in this room, and there will be simultaneous translation available. The other two groups are on floor C, room Frontenac and room Richelieu. There will be a panel discussion with Guardian storytellers and how to write a successful funding proposal. Alors, pour les groupes cet après-midi entre 14h et 15h, le groupe avec de l'interprétation simultanée, c'est dans la salle ici même, les gardiens et l'exploitation des ressources naturelles. Et on vous demande d'aller à l'étage C pour les deux autres groupes, salle Frontenac et Richelieu. Then we'll break for a little break from 3 to 3:20 for 20 minutes, and the break will be here in the hallway. La pause à 3h, 15h à 15h20 sera ici dans le hall. Et ensuite, on retourne en petits groupes. De 15h, je vous demande, please. I have important information. J'ai de l'information importante pour vous pour ce soir. Alors,
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna sit in the middle. Okay, sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna leave now. Like here, or we'll go over here. Yeah, it'll be bigger. I'll I can ask. Thank you. Well, they really got the spotlights on you.
You have the controller for the PowerPoint?
Right here. Yep. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. If everyone is ready, then our little crew up here is ready to go also. And welcome and thank you for joining our small wigwam session. My name is Lex Scully, and I was just talking with one of the elders I work with, Leon Andrew, about that now because I work mostly in the Sahtu territory in the Northwest Territories. I'm a white settler, but now I get called Hatone, which means visitor, instead of just Mola, which means like white lady. So that's kind of nice. I like that a bit better. I also work for the Indigenous Leadership Initiative as a community outreach specialist. And today I've been asked to moderate this small session on guardians and natural resource development. So I'll just read the description and I'll do a brief introduction of our two presenters today, and then we'll have a conversation and some questions. So as the eyes and ears of traditional territories, guardians monitor development activities like forestry and mining. In this session, hear how to assess compliance and health impacts and discuss why this data is essential for informed decision-making and for conserving Turtle Island. So our two presenters today are Rosie Bjornson, and Rosie works with the Nihatniza program. And she has 20 years of experience in First Nations governance, advocacy for Indigenous rights, and environmental protection. Our second presenter, I just have people like, yeah, Rosie. Our second presenter is David Flood, who is Matachewan First Nation, Treaty 9, and a professional forester. So I'm really looking forward to hearing these presentations, and then we'll have a conversation and some questions afterwards. Thanks. Rosie.
See Rosie Bjornson, Sulia, Dinenukwa Nestor. My name is Rosie Bjornson. I'm from Fort Resolution, Northwest Territories on the Great Slave Lake. I'm here today as the Nihariha manager. Nihariha is a group, which one do I press? Who are we? So Nihariha is the first Northern Indigenous Majority Governance Committee in Canada that has a responsibility for oversight of the land and water use for the Gachagua mine that is owned and operated by De Beers Group of Companies and Mountain Province Diamonds. The committee consists of 6 Indigenous signatory parties and industry. Dinenukwa Dene, Tlitsoke Dene, Yellowknives Dene, Tlito Government, Northwest Territories Métis Nation, and the North Slave Métis Alliance and De Beers Canada. Nihariha hosts 5 staff positions. Nihariha Environment Manager, which is myself. Nihariha Environment Monitor, who's Grace Osted. And we have 2 part-time Nihariha Traditional Knowledge Monitors, which are vacant right now. And our Nihariha Traditional Knowledge Monitoring Administrative Assistant, Shyla Boucher, who's here with us tonight, who's sitting up front here. What do we do? So the Nihariha Governance Committee meets 4 times a year. Nihariha fiscal year is January to December, unlike most First Nations and Métis organizations, is April till March. Nihariha completes staff reports and other related duties to the assigned program tasks. Nihariha also has subcommittees that assist the manager in areas such as hiring, implementation, finance, and technical reviews. Monitoring the land around the Gotcha mine using both Western science and traditional knowledge. Nihariha ensures safety first, security, equipment checks, staff check-in calls, staff meetings, and work plans. So this is our Nihariha Governance Committee. The first photo there on the right is Alan Alec, who's with the North Slave Métis Alliance. Then you have Ryan Miller in the green parka, who's with the Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Jessica Pankuen from the Thicho government. William Liu with the De Beers Diamond Mine. Stephanie Poole with Flutsoke Dene, and Stephanie's here with us as well. Robert Sain, Dene Nukwed and Dene, and Tommy Unka with the West Territories Métis Nation, sorry. And these are pictures of our past staff and current staff. So in that far right picture, you have a picture of myself, and the person behind me is Kyle Enzo. He was the traditional knowledge monitor. He also uses the language of the land. Next to him is Sinise Catholic, who's also a Flutsoke member. Both Kyle and Sinise are Flutsoke Dene First Nation members. And the two beside him are Peter and Amanda. They don't work for me, but they were in the picture, and they do our trail marks programming. So, and the next picture you have Denicho Catholic and his father Herman Catholic, Gadele. They're both former employees currently. And then we have Grace Osted, who's our environment monitor at the Gotcha mine. She spends 2 weeks at the mine and 2 weeks out, and she's basically, well, I'll explain that later in the presentation. Then we have Dylan Enzo, who's also a part-time monitor, who's a former monitor. And then we have Shyla Boucher, who's our current administrative assistant, and Tommy Lafferty, who is our former administrative assistant. So, and then me, well, I'm in the front there. Challenges. Nihariha has overcome many challenges in the past few years. Nihariha delivered programs throughout the pandemic according to the Chief Medical Officer's expert advice, as well as the expert advice of the Governance Committee. Nihariha has been spending a lot of time recruiting new employees. Most have just moved on to different careers. However, we are grateful for the new employees we do hire and those who have been with us for the past few years. We also experienced a lot of equipment breakdowns with our skidoos. Weather is also a challenge to get the traditional monitors out on the land. Access to mine sites. So when you work at a mine, you have to go through like security and medical. So a lot of times our traditional people at home, they may not be able to get that access. So we're working with different avenues with the mines to try to and come up with different plans to try to launch our monitors out onto the land. And then a lot of turnover in staff, like I'd mentioned earlier. Last year in May 2022, Nihariha accepted an award for excellence in sustainable development and community engagement from the Mining Association in Vancouver. In the picture, you have William Liu on the right, myself and Tommy Unka, who's our chairperson for the Northwest Territories Métis Nation. He's the chairperson for the Nihariha. And the other two are just the presenters from the event. So Nihariha has a program called the On the Land Family Travel Program. These are pictures of some of the young people in our nation that have went out to the cabin and spent time in the summer out there. So we have Chinta Unka's kids here. That's Tommy Unka's grandchildren there. And just some more pictures I wanted to share with you guys of the On the Land family travel program. There's the different families that are out there. And then when they do go out, the traditional knowledge monitors are with them at the cabin. So our On the Land family travel program applications are accepted each year for up to 3 families of the signatory parties. So the signatory parties are those who are represented on the governance committee. The successful applicants will attend 5 nights, 6 days camping trip to Fletcher Lake. Flights, accommodations, and food are provided to the families for this trip. The Nihariha monitors attend each camping trip with the families. However, they are not there to be the camp attendant or the guide. Each family should have at least 1 experienced harvester and land user with them. Consent forms are completed prior to the trip, and there is no alcohol or drug usage or possession during the trip. So this is just another picture of the traditional knowledge monitoring program. There's a muskox there. That picture is taken through a scope of a gun. It was taken by Dylan Enzo, one of our monitors. Nihariha is a traditional knowledge monitoring program. We have 2 traditional knowledge monitors part-time that work for Nihariha. And the first picture up there is on the top right corner is our Fletcher Lake cabin. So we have a cabin with 2 bedrooms and a kind of like a bathroom you could use, I guess, for in the winter, but we have outhouses for that. And a kitchen, fully equipped cabin for your families to stay in and enjoy for the 5 nights, 6 days. 2 tent frames. One of the tent frames is for the traditional knowledge monitors to camp in. The other tent frame is this for, like, you know, if you don't want your teenage kids staying with you in the cabin while you're out there on your family trip. On the bottom picture is the picture of our fire pit that we have there. We have meetings around. And then there's a picture of our cabin. We just got that nice deck built out there and last summer. So, and when you look at that picture of the campfire and you look across, you see the lake, and you look just past the lake, you'll see a little white spot. That's an esker out in the barren lands. That's where you would find like fox and rabbits and stuff. So, and then hiking, canoe, boat, and snowmobile is how the monitors get around and gather observations for data collection. This is a picture of a moose that went through our electric bear fence up at the Fletcher Lake cabin in 2021. Kyle Enzo took this picture. So the traditional knowledge monitoring program staffs 2 positions. The traditional knowledge monitors are responsible to record observations around the Gotcha mine. They hike in the summer, and in the winter they use snowmobiles. Data collected is then entered into a trail mark system. Over time, the data that is collected and entered begins to show patterns. So this part of the program is a work in progress. So maybe next time I present to you, I'd be able to present actual data. This is just a picture of the equipment that we use. Nihariha has inventory sheets that are updated after each trip. And then in the far right picture, there's Dylan and Kyle and Nooni Sunspurl. He's was our bear fence technician. He replaced the old bear fence after the moose went through it. And because if it can't keep a moose out, it's not going to keep a grizzly bear out. And there are grizzly bears out there. The bottom pictures are toboggans. We got those from Yukon Sled. Then we have a 600 ACE and a 900 ACE Scandic. Nihariha monitors Fletcher Lake, Kirk Lake, Murdoch Lake, Wamsley Lake. Kirk Lake is the downstream reference lake from the Gotchaquah mine. Each year, De Beers hires signatory party members to catch fish from Kirk Lake, and they invite elders and youth to the Nihariha cabin of Fletcher Lake for the fish tasting. This is done annually and a requirement is a requirement as part of the regulatory process. The observations that the traditional knowledge monitors make are not based on Western science. They are not, sorry, I can't see it. Oh. They are not using sondes for water quality or sending out fish for lab testing. Nihariha documents what they see, hear, feel, taste, and smell. Nihariha will use these observations to compare to the Western science of the Nihariha environment monitor of the mine site, Gotchaquah mine. So in the picture there, in my first paragraph, I mentioned the lakes. So you can see Reliance, Fort Reliance is down there. And then just above that to the east of that is a long strip. That's Artillery Lake. And then up there by Gotchaquah mine, you'll see those lakes around the Gotchaquah mine. Those are the lakes that I'm talking about. And Fletcher Lake is the one that's in the middle there. It looks like a T coming down at the big bottom. If I had a pointer, I'd be able to show it, but it's fine. I'm sure we get it. Nihariha also has an environment monitor on staff. Her name is Grace Osted. The environment monitor works at the mine site 2 weeks in and 2 weeks out. The environment monitor is responsible to report to the Nihariha Governance Committee through shift reports and attending the Nihariha Governance Committee meetings. The environment monitor works with De Beers Environment Department under the Surveillance Network Program, Aquatics Effects Monitoring Programs, Air Quality, Wildlife Monitoring, and other management plans programs under the Water and Land Use and Research License for the Gotchaquah Mine Project. Also, as part of the Nihariha agreement, we have a clause where we have to have at least one on the land meeting. These are our governance committee members enjoying a meeting out on the land at the Fletcher Lake cabin. Then we take a float plane out there and then we meet for 6 hours in the sun. It's really nice. There's William and Ryan and then the rest of the crew. So each member party of the Nihariha agreement will send a representative to participate in on the land meeting at the Fletcher Lake cabin. The governance committee attend the meeting and review the agenda as per usual, facilitated by me, the Nihariha environment manager. The governance committee also take time to also get to take in the pristine land around the Fletcher Lake. They can go fishing, berry picking, or just taking a nice hike on the eskers. The governance committee also do site visits to the Gotchaquah mine for the day. During the visits to the mine, they go on a tour of all the facilities and the pits. So here are just some pictures of our committee meetings and committee members. And there's a picture there in the middle there of Stephanie Poole. She's a Lutska member representative. Both her and I, and at this time, we drank water out of Lake N11, which is just around the mine. That's in 2019. That's just part of our traditional knowledge monitoring. So that's Nihariha. Thank you to the Indigenous Leaders Initiative for inviting Nihariha to this gathering to share our experiences, and also to those involved in coordinating and implementing this event, also to the interpreters in the back. Thank you to the elders, the ancestors, and the leaders for their continued teaching of sacred knowledge. Thank you to the Anishinaabe Algonquin for allowing Nihariha to present here today on your traditional territory. Merci. Any questions?
So I think what we'll do is thank you very much, Rosie. Awesome job. Well, that's quite a presentation. I think what we'll do is head straight into David's presentation and have a conversation and some questions afterwards. Does that sound good?
Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
great.
Miigwech. Thanks, Rosie. Welcome and good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure for me to be here in Ottawa. I feel like this is becoming my second home. I was here not that long ago with the AFN Assembly. Our team of chiefs were at the AFN Assembly looking for a support resolution for a cumulative impacts case we filed on behalf of Treaty 9 against the Ontario government. So as you'll get into this presentation, you'll see we're a little bit more than just a Guardian program, but it's exciting to share those advancements. So while I challenge the minister with a question on getting on with implementing UNDRIP, our nations are rising as well. So the title of the slide deck here that I thought was fitting was Pathways to Growing a Sustainable Guardian Program. I came into the program, I was invited to become the general manager of a program that was meant to be operated by 3 First Nations in the Northeast Superior region of Ontario. And it was at the height of land. The white spot represents the town of Chapleau, and the communities roughly have about 7 million hectares associated with their territories. Yeah, I will. So one of the chiefs, it's 2 Cree communities and 1 Ojibwe community, and the name Wahkohtowin that was given to the communities is born by the Cree living and life philosophy of everything is connected, kinship, or could break it down even to the word cousin. So all my relations, most of our nations have a word that akins to that relationship dialogue that we have with our natural environment and space and place. And being an Indigenous practicing forester, my home community is Matachewan First Nation, was just across the watershed, closer to the Quebec-Ontario border. For me, this is getting as close to home as I can as an Indigenous practitioner to supporting my own nation's needs. Even though I am 30 plus years as an advocate, like any of us, we probably have a hard time sometimes coming into our own communities, depending on who the leadership teams are and, size of your family and who's in political power. I'll just be frank about it. And that can make it challenging to develop a sustainable Guardian program. So I just admire the fact that, the 3 chiefs that saw me in the region realized that I was a technician available to be pulled into their roughly 8 years of advocacy work in forestry and forest management planning to try and motivate change. So they're affected by roughly 7 sustainable forest licenses. And most recently, they were involved in an 8-year process to amalgamate 2 of those, and it's called an enhanced sustainable forest license. So there was a vision for them to really focus on forestry, and I'll just pause there and say why. The mining sector in Ontario went through the legislation went through a change. It hadn't been updated since 1912, and so in around 2008, it went through a revision, and it brought it up to speed with the requirements of consultation, and so that mining and mineral development had to actually do more meaningful consultation. Just prior to that upgrade, the Ministry of Natural Resources, under the new site release policy on water and water electrification development, the policy there was, it was just a few simple words. The proponent developing the site must give evidence of how the community is participating in an economic manner. Our communities took that and negotiated ownership in those hydroelectric facilities, those NUGs they were called, new site release, I think it was called, into that program. And then just jump ahead to the mining sector, again, under the consultation policy, it says the province of Ontario encourages arrangements or agreements in advance of closure plans with First Nations in Ontario. So again, this isn't required, must, will, it's just saying, pushing the proponents in that direction. Well, the forestry regime in Ontario, while there's mechanisms within the existing legislation, policies, and procedures, it still lacks the conviction to elevate full participation in the benefits derived from forestry and forest management. So that's been our body of work over the last 7 years. I started as the single employee. I offer this chart, and this slide deck I think will be available after as well. So it really gives you some sense of the architecture that went into this. So in a geopolitical manner, the Northeast Superior Regional Chiefs, prior to becoming Wahkohtowin, like I said, they were working on this strategically for over 8 to 10 years, and then launched Wahkohtowin as a general partner of a limited partnership. So the three communities are the shareholders of the LP. The general partner is 1%, and I'm the general manager. So we operate under a strategic plan. I'm politically cloaked. I've been asked to go out and raise a bunch of money, hire the right quality, like the right kinds of people, numbers of people, and achieve these different missions. And as you move from left to right, you'll see these brown words there. I highlighted them brown because something started to become really prevalent, is this evolution into the regional bioeconomy. So Ontario actually came out with a bioeconomy action plan under its new forest sector strategy. And we actually support the idea of better utilization of wood and wood resources in the forest sector, just like we support better habitat management for moose, just like we support the eradication of the use of herbicide, and we do vegetation competition index survey assessments. So all the things I'm just listing to you right now are things that our guardians are working on, are working towards, or involved in, because those are the strategic requirements of what our communities have asked us to do, in addition to helping them build their lands and resource departments. Why are we helping them build lands and resource departments? Because the Indian Act doesn't give any money for core funding for lands and resource departments. That's why we're doing this whole Guardian program piece. So again, when Confederacy happened in 1867, we were written right out of the relationship of Canada. And as I say, Section 92, little brother. So that division of powers that give the provinces the right to utilize and manage the resources for the benefit of the citizens of the province or territories. And so again, our peoples were not defined as people. I mean, that's the terrible, sad, gross fact of it all. So for 150 years, 200 years, 250 years, however you want to call it, we've been through this whole genocidal regime of, now we've got to try and figure out how to raise funding and put money back into our communities so that we reignite that Wahkohtowin, that relationship with land, place, space, environment, all our relations, and really do nation building is what we're talking about. Rekindling land, language, spirit, cultural revitalization. So we see the bioeconomy as one of those tools. When I talk about sustainable funding for your Guardian program, you guys got to think about that. Like I'm not counting on this Guardian program to be our funding group for the next 20 years. I mean, it'll be part of it. I really hope it can be part of it, but we got to look at other ways of alternate funding. So the bioeconomy is one. The other one is the conservation economy and climate change and climate action. We're actually involved in a few other things, like we invested in a sawmill and a cogen. We fired up a harvesting company. So those things are happening, and we're seeing a remuneration come back into our communities. I think our communities out of the sawmill and cogen have seen about $3 million now after having been invested for 5 years. And of course, like anything, there's a cyclical part of that. The cogen over the long term, again, another green economic initiative that helps with the bioeconomy. We're just renegotiating a contract there, and that'll be a long-term form of remuneration back to the communities, as well as building jobs and employment opportunities. But we more recently, under that innovation area, we're looking at mycorrhizal inoculation of seedlings in the boreal forest to create a carbon sequestration project to get registered into the federal system. And again, when I leaned into Minister Guilbeault today, it was about, the federal paper came out and said that we couldn't engage the greenhouse gas framework at the federal level unless we got atmospheric benefit agreements in place with the provinces. Well, what if they don't want those? What if the province says, nah, we don't want that. We don't even support the federal system. Again, they're a barrier to our opportunity to create our relations with our sense of place. So are we feisty? You're darn rights we are. Are we growing and nation building? You're darn rights we are. We're up in the Chapleau Crown Game Preserve, tapping birch trees. That was a park that was created in the early 1920s. Our communities were basically evicted from their homelands. They're actually home headquarters of their territories were in that park, and they were evicted out of there. So after 100 years, we're back in the park tapping birch trees to make birch syrup and raising guardians through a 13 moon program, where in the summer we're heavy into the field work and activities on the land. And then in the fall, we're more into the workshops and engaging communities and community members and youth and kind of doing that strategic planning work. And then the other one is we want to become a little bit more regional in our relationships. So we built the Innovation Center partly to house the Guardians out of. So we bought that building, renovated it, and now our Guardians are actively doing their business seasonally out of there. And then in the fall, we gather people and host meetings, elders tea, work on medicines, basket building workshops, and the like. And there's nothing wrong with having a good strategic plan. So you can go to our website, you can pull our strategic plan down and see the way we view the world. We try to keep our vision, our mission and goals succinct, and there's 44 objectives. So as a general manager, you know, basically I looked at our program and we went from myself roughly around $500,000 of seed money to now 10 staff come this fall, and our budget's closer to 2.5 million to pull off this particular strategic plan. And that includes handling the geopolitical work with the court case, working on conservation planning, driving community-based learning on the ground, and guardian development for the community's benefit and other partnership negotiations. And of course, you know, why not pick up one more thing? The housing crisis. We're talking about trees, we're talking about forestry, we're talking about this vision of tree to home, standing trees to standing homes in our communities. And the reality is the Supreme Court has pretty much ruled that First Nations can shelter themselves. They have use rights and access rights to go out and collect essentially, I would say like a load or two of round logs from the forest and build yourself a shelter. You have that right to do that. It's called the Sapir and Gray decisions. So our goal here is we're actually spinning this out as a large not-for-profit. We're trying to get at least 15 communities in the northeast of Ontario to buy into this, because if we can build shells with the thermal log technology, which is the 2 pieces of wood laminated, 4 pieces of wood laminated again to the polystyrene in the middle, it literally looks like a log from the side, but you can see it's filled with the water-based polystyrene. That's an R30 factor wall, and it's an R40 roof system. So this is a shell-based business. And then from there, you can see the supply chain is. So if we're involved in forest management, if we're involved in harvesting and sawmilling, then why couldn't we direct wood into home building, home installation, home finishing? And those are more jobs into the community as well. When you think of the supply chain needs in the communities that we serve, just where we are in Nan territory is 6,500 homes short. The manufacturing plant we're talking about is only 500 houses a year, of which would go into both markets, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. So that plant alone is not going to solve the housing crisis in Northern Ontario, but it's a stab at it, and it's a not-for-profit, and more money would become part of what? A circular economy. And that's why we're investing in a sawmill and a cogen, because that's a circular economy. That money comes back into our nations and then back out into our desired outcomes on the land through stewardship programs. So again, just arguing the value proposition, and I jumped ahead on the microisal, but that's just the slide that basically shows that. This is my my Up Yours Duncan Campbell Scott slide, because we had Indigenous youth doing the remeasurement of these 30-year-old plots. And Duncan Campbell Scott's goal was to make sure that there were no more Indigenous people and that they were absorbed into the body politic. So this is my Up Yours Duncan Campbell Scott, because we have Indigenous youth actually holding the pen on some new technology and new approaches to do environmental sustainable stewardship roles. And I thought that was pretty exciting. I was very proud of them, running those tapes and being out there in those mosquito infested environments and being tortured by the bugs, but they understood what the mission was, and they went out and gathered the data. The data actually basically shows that technology and the mycorrhizae is naturally occurring in the natural ecosystem by making that early association with the root and the mycorrhizae and outplanting it into the hostile cutover environment. You get over a 30-year period, a 30% bump in biomass through increased survivorship. So when you convert that to economics over a 50 or 60 or 80 year period of carbon sequestration, you're now in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, which can start as early as 8 years out. Slides and pictures are always fun. Cultural revitalization is key to our program. Land, language, building that confidence in our youth. You know, it's tough for people to pick up a drum and sing a song. It's tough for people to pick up a drum and just feel that heartbeat. I am on my own cultural spiritual journey. So it was odd for me to see this happen, but where we were and how we developed our program, it took us, this was the last piece of the puzzle, was getting a cultural revitalization coordinator into our program. We could do skills, we could do training, we could do, you know, like run a brush saw, learn how to ride ATV, get your license and drive a truck, get in a canoe, paddle it, you know, but that deeper connection, right? That deeper connection to song, language, culture, and place. And so tapping the birch tree, you heard the elder talk about the value of the birch as one of our oldest standing relatives. They give us things, the water, the sap, the medicines out of the bark. We also are going to build our third birch bark canoe this summer. And our Guardian program continues to grow. Leave some time for questions. Miigwech.
Awesome. Thank you so much, David and Rosie. I wonder if either of you had a question for each other to start out with, if something jumped out for either of you from each other's presentations, because we have the strong representation from mining context and then another from forestry. And I was wondering if anything jumped out at either of you.
Well, for Rosie, I did wonder about, do you have a train to employ mechanism within that structure? Or is it mostly monitoring, or is there like job training as well?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure if you can train a traditional knowledge monitor, because they've already have the experience from their ancestors and their elders and stuff. But I guess for like going out on a skidoo for first aid and maybe well, stuff like that, like wilderness first aid and skidoo training and things like that. Yeah, we would tie into like ISETs funding if it's available.
Rosie, did anything jump out at you about David's presentation?
Not really. I liked everything that you were putting on there, but the bioeconomy, is that like pellets and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's a range of looking at the forest use that beyond the sort of the pulpwood and the 2x4 mentality, it's slash roadside waste that potentially could become pellets or bioenergy at the localized level. For example, one of our communities, Missinaibi Cree, they're building a community after not having land for 100 years. So they're establishing their community. They could look at a centralized biomass heating system. So that's one localized approach. But then there's this whole arrangement of sort of lignin and chemical technology that could be spun off this as well. So we want to see if we can be part of the traditional biomass, bioeconomy, but also at the forefront of innovation as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
So one of the things that stood out to me, if you don't mind indulging me for 1 minute, is I was really thinking about how each of your presentations, what was part of the context was talking about a meaningful participation in the resource extraction that's happening on your territories already, but then advocating and creating space both within that resource extraction piece, but then also that piece of nationhood and self-determination, and how important language and culture and the traditional knowledge piece is to that. So that's something that really stood out to me. I want to make sure we don't have a ton of time left, and I want to make sure that there's time for folks to ask questions. If anyone has specific questions. Oh, I see some over here. I'm not sure if we're passing mics around or if there's, okay, great.
it's showing 15 minutes on the floor here. I don't know if you can see that clock, but I think that's what we're running on.
They were ahead of you with the mic. My name's Rick McCamey. That's my English name. I've been given the name of Tamuk by my elders, which I guess I am an elder now at 67. Tamuk is, it means a person from the land. My background is I'm a watershed engineer and very connected to the earth with the work that I've done for my career. My kids, however, see that as me being old as dirt. So I just thought I'd throw that in on their behalf. I want to thank you for a couple of things. First of all, referencing mycelium and how important that is to our upslope and how our creation is based on the mycelium that's in those upslopes, and us protecting them is extremely important, especially through the challenges that we have with climate change and moving towards resiliency. The other thing was referencing the sustainability of what we do as guardians, or where we hope to be delivering at a much higher level. I certainly hope that our minister that was here today that wore so much pride in going to Treasury and asking for that extra money as he did, and I thank him, and I think all of us should be very happy that he is our ministry and proud of the result that he had. But he should be there enough that they can count the freckles on his face because the traditional model of funding the kinds of programs that we have here isn't going to work. For us to be sustainable, we need to be looking at ways that we can joint venture, we can develop our First Nations and our communities into business opportunity that has a portion of that, but also fee for service. And we can't take our minds away from that, because I know our Guardians, which is 9 strong at this time, and I posted 5 more positions that will be going up on Indeed and through our networks. And by the time I get back, I'm hoping I'll be sitting down and shortlisting the candidates. And there's 6 more following that. But that's coming from the sustainable actions that we've implemented by looking at it through a business model, similar to what you've done. And I'm reluctant to use the word business, but in fact, that's what we have to do, because that is the new way. And it's maybe not one that we're extremely comfortable with, but I know government's not going to be comfortable with just handing us money the way that they have this time to get our programs up and going. I think it's incumbent on us to be looking through different lenses, and preferably the Indigenous lens, to find a way to make that happen and how we can grow that sustainability as you have there, Mr. Flynn. Another thing that I as a watershed engineer, and I've been at this since I graduated high school and right into university to come out and do the work that I do. But I want to share that my elders at that time, and this is where I received my name, they were telling me at that point that our mountains no longer know how to drink the water. And that is so abundantly clear. And we certainly lived that in British Columbia. You certainly lived it in the Red River Valley out here. And I work in both of those cases with in the field of work that I do. But the challenge that we face isn't from the freshets. That's still there. And we'll continue to deal with the freshets, that high flow of the spring melt. But our challenges now are in the way that our south-facing slopes are being able to absorb the water and release it at a constant to allow our water to be resilient for fish and resilient for us as human beings. And until we understand that, we can't get to resiliency. And that's the message that I keep punching home into British Columbia through my position with emergency management and climate readiness in British Columbia, but also at the international table where I work with Washington State. And I think that's so important. That's the question that I had for the minister earlier that I wish I could have got out, was those transboundary effects, because climate change has no boundary. Climate change is hitting us. The floods in the Fraser Valley were because of the way the water was released from the Nooksack River, which is part of the United States. And for me to do my job, I need guardians. And that's why we're so on and so robust in building the program through the Fraser Valley that we have. I need the information that's collected so that I can design ways that we can deal with floodwaters in the way that floodwaters need to be dealt with. We need to find new ways because, quite frankly, the old way isn't working. The old way of putting up dikes, putting in culverts and putting in bridges where they thought water might run for eternity isn't the way that it's running right now. What we have is slopes that no longer know how to take that water because they dried out so drastically. We have a loss of mycelium because we've lost 30% of the loam that holds that material together in our upslope. And what's happening is the water is hitting with rain and scouring down through a system where there is no culverts, there is no bridges to get through the rail lines, to get through the dikes and to get through the highways, to get to the Salish Sea. So it's the conveyance of water that is the challenge. And for me to understand that, I need my guardians to be on the field, out in the field and have their feet on the ground, observing, recording, and reporting so I can build a plan that's going to work. Because quite obviously, the way that we built the plan in the past hasn't worked. And if we keep doing that, and we keep doing that, and we keep doing that by writing new plans on the same piece of paper or using the old plan method on a different color piece of paper, we're moving towards being insane because we're doing the same thing over and over again. This is the chance that we can make a difference. And our elders have been telling us this for decades and probably far before that. And most certainly the results that we're seeing, the efficiencies and the effectiveness that the provincial governments are recognizing because of the work our guardians are doing and getting that information up to us in that technical level, we're able to find ways to convey the water, to ensure that we have strength and we have resiliency for our fish, for our four-legged friends, and for us as human beings. So I want to thank you. Your presentation brought that out, but I also wanted to share why and how that resonated with me and how we're building towards a presentation similar to what you brought to us today.
Chimegwich.
I
I think the words we're using is the conservation economy. We're calling what we're doing the conservation economy. So it's business. It's a conservation economy. We're managing and doing business in a way. It's different though. It's based on reciprocity. That's what you're talking about is reciprocity, honoring the footprint and impact that you're attempting to do. So in our province, that's what's happened is there's fewer people on the ground monitoring from the provincial government side and industry side. In the forestry context, for sure. There's some forests out there that go out and see, the first thing they're going to see is a feller buncher. There's never been an individual that had gone out and done a site visit in Ontario's forestry regime. Isn't that amazing? And then we're going, no. You need guardians. You need pre-walks. You need, there's much more evaluation that needs to be done. And of course, if anyone's following the Ontario government, the Environmental Commissioner's Office was dismantled and the commissioner or some subordinate position was put into the Human Rights Commissioner's Office. And there were two scathing reports written about MNRF's role in creating sustainable forest management. It speaks to exactly what you just described. This the lack of monitoring and presence on the land. And again, I point back to the Section 92 rights holders' responsibilities. You're meant to manage those lands and resources for the benefit of the people. However, you're also supposed to do it in a sustainable way. So the provinces are failing, the territories are failing.
Yeah, and in the Fraser Valley, we use the word Letchmont, and or I shouldn't say in the Fraser Valley. That's with us in our Halkmelem language. And Letchmont is working with one heart and one mind and spirit. So what it means is we're walking together. It's the two eyes seeing, which is the vision, but it's also the two legs walking. It's the action that takes place. And in order to get from the vision to the action, the guardians are absolutely critical.
I see a question in the back. I also heard a great sort of example of the ineptitude of the colonial lines on the maps too, that there are families across these colonial boundaries, like the territories, the provinces, but the analogy that was used was when the salmon are swimming from the ocean, up to the rivers to the spawn, they're in one place and they're a US salmon. And then the next, they swim a little bit further and they're an Alaskan salmon. And they swim a little bit further, and that same fish is a Yukon salmon, right? So, and then there's the importance of sharing capacity across those colonial boundaries as well, with cousins, families, and neighbors also. I saw a question right in the back there. You're right under the light. I'm sorry, I can't see very clearly.
Hi there, my name is Cheyenne Hunt and I'm from the English River First Nation. We currently have a Guardians program as well. I just want to thank Emily and David for your presentations. I'm from a province where we have the NRTA that was enacted at a time when it was literally illegal for First Nations people to hire lawyers. I'm a lawyer by trade, but I'm also our lands and consultation director in my nation. My question is to do with jurisdiction. I heard you talking about provincial versus federal jurisdiction of lands and resources. What do you feel in your practices has been the greatest challenge that you have had to overcome? And what do you see in your experience as being the best way to overcome those for somebody, and some advice to give us as a developing nation that is specifically having to jump over those hurdles of the NRTA?
That's exactly why we're going to use the conservation planning and 30 by 2030. We've talked about this with our leadership group, is that while the province is sitting on its hands, or whatever it's going to be, whatever it's sitting on, Mr. Ford, you know, we can move forward and nothing stops us from generating the understanding that we still hold jurisdiction and we still hold those sovereign rights. The treaties are still alive. The courts have ruled on that. It's not our issue that the provincial government doesn't want to accelerate its understanding of what UNDRIP means. And so I would look for every opportunity where you continue to do the Indigenous-led approach, whatever your nationhood niche could be, where you can really gather strength and find those resources to show that you can lead and it supports your nationhood building. I think that's where all of our nations need to be empowering themselves. And in our case, we feel, as I said, 7 million hectares, the majority of it in the industrial forest landscape. There's another 18.3% of the landscape to hit that 30% in Ontario. We'd rather not wait for the Ontario government to say it's okay to go do line work, First Nations. We're just going to start doing it. That's our inherent right. That's our holding jurisdiction when you take that action. So anything to do with the Natural Resource Transfer Act, yeah, I thought that was an interesting piece of legislation when it came about. It was very sweeping, obviously, but again, you have to remember you didn't give consent to that. And if the paradigm shift is UNDRIP is real and there's got to be this reconciliation for consent, then there's that reciprocity moment, right? Where the provinces need to know where do they want to start the relationship. And if you have treaties, the courts have ruled that's where you should be starting. So again, rights, sovereignty, taking up that space, laying down your own laws and jurisdictions. We know how to pick up the phone. We know how to send emails. We know how to write plans and permits. You know, if you're a developer, you just send them an email saying, hi, I acknowledge you as a developer. You seem to have some express use right. You're going to need to come to us and work through our processes. Otherwise, we're going to make it hell for you with your investors and wherever you get your own money from. Again, we know how to do that. Or if you don't, find a collaborator, a strategic partner that can help you with that. There's ways to get into the media ahead of the action and empower your nation. Sorry, I might make it sound too easy, but I'm a 30-year-old advocate in this world and I've got no more patience. So that's just me.
Rosie.
Yeah. Hi, could you hear me? I guess in my experience working with First Nations and industry, you know, I worked as an interim measures agreement coordinator for 13 years for the Dini-Nuqua First Nations, and the interim measures agreement is a process that allows for unsettled land claim areas to have a voice and make recommendations to land and water use within the Mackenzie Valley. And through that process, you know, they have they do environmental assessment if a application comes in, and then through the environmental assessment, you have stages like scoping and community engagement and stuff. And I think with the Gotcha mine back in 2004, when they were doing the actual scoping sessions, our First Nations didn't have IBAs with, well, Dene First Nations didn't have IBAs with any of the other diamond mines. But with the Gotcha was our first impact benefit agreement with the diamond mine in the Northwest Territories. And the scoping sessions with the environmental assessment was what allowed the voice for the Native people in our community to be heard. Because prior to that, there was no real avenue or efforts other than the band office, right? And so with these tools that are in place in the Mackenzie Valley, they like the environmental assessment that has scoping sessions. They have a public registry. They allow you to see, and you're able to read things firsthand and get the information firsthand. And then you're able to advise your chief and council as to, what areas this may be in, and then another tool that's available to the First Nations nowadays, not like it before, but nowadays we have this tool called land use planning. So land use planning is, I don't know, like it's a new tool, but for me, it would help First Nations to, get away from, if they don't want mining in an area or forestry happening in an area, the plan will be there in place where like the land and water boards in your province or territory to review, and then they'll be able to tell the proponent, sorry, but we don't want you to apply for land in this area because the First Nations want to conserve it for their own prosperity, or whatever sacredness. So there are tools out there that allow First Nations people to be at the front at the table to negotiate their land and to get a benefit. But it took a lot of time. I come from a town where I come from a place where mining, the historical mining in the Northwest Territories isn't the greatest. We have so many mines that need to be remediated and are being remediated, and so now today, for me to be sitting here as a Nihadiha representative with the first majority governance committee, that's a step in the right direction for First Nations people, and it's given us more open doors and empowers all the rest of you guys to do the same.
So I'm noticing the time. I have my couple of takeaways are, Canada, the colonial economy is based on natural resource extraction, and it's all Indigenous land. So this is important as we move forward, as the conversation starts to escalate in terms of critical minerals, in terms of fresh water, in terms of these transboundary agreements and accountability. And I really want to thank both of you for presenting on your programs today. And I have a little gift for you. And I also think that everybody should come to David later and ask him what mycelium is.
Hello. Before I was just going to share something regarding what we're talking about. My name is Jonathan Kitchigihit, and I got many names, screen names since I was growing. But anyways, I was born about a kilometer from where I live now. And I'm 60, I'm gonna be 60. Well, I'm 63 now. And my dad took me out on the land. Well, all my life, I guess. Then I went to school for a couple of years. Then I left school in grade 7, went back to the land. But anyways, I've attended a few meetings like this with people. And I've attended meetings where government officials, hydro officials or whatever. And I asked them what the difference was. The mining company, forestry company, and the First Nations trying to preserve their way of life. What is the difference? Here we are. We are trying to preserve our way of life. Just like the mining company, forestry, or whatever else. Hydro. They're trying to survive too. Same thing we are. I want to ask, I feel I live on the land most of my life, and it's very hard to get the right way to say things, but the words are there. Does it outweigh their needs as to what our needs are for our youth and our way of life and our people? How can we, like you say, wake up? How can we wake up those people to teach them the humanity? I know for a fact that we've had our land use plan for millennia. Because when I was growing up, I could still run along the path and not hurt myself with glass or nail. It was like I was in the Garden of Eden, I guess. And where I come from, you can't even drink water anymore. You can't swim in it. And they say the people from the south, they need the power to survive, the electricity. So it gave us a few $1 million, and I think it did more harm than good. So what I'm asking is, can we do something to let them know their needs are just as important as our needs and our future generations? How can we do that as a people? You know, I'm humbled standing here. You know, I could go to the stage and sing a song and I wouldn't shake. But with all respect, I feel it's different. Taniga, hindi ba tayo naman na kahibisit sa uwa. Mga chigis kaya hindi na guys na ako ni Matrin. Udah ba ya, tosis ko wagabo ya. Ayo mo sa humiyana tangi hiwawi tamaga to. Mga chigis kaya hindi ni nagagisit. It's heavy when you think about the future for your children. The other evening, I went out on my skidoo on the land. That's a few kilometers from where I live. And I was driving along the shoreline. This eagle came out from the bush. And then he just landed on a tree, and then he kind of looked at me. I didn't say nothing, but I knew what he meant. I want to share a little bit of what I saw. There are sturgeon on the Churchill River that are in dire need of protection. And I know the province of Manitoba had really screwed up, or maybe that was their plan, was to deplete the population of sturgeon in that area. But when I was there last time, on my last day, I went out on a boat. The sturgeon came bobbing up and down around my boat. And he said to me that if you don't speak up for me, this will be the last time you see me. And that's what Hydro is doing with that river. And another animal, the caribou. I met him along the trail when he was heading back. I seen him going towards my trail, and then I stopped to let him go across. And then he stopped. He just looked at me. So I went ahead. Then I looked back. Then I seen him cross the trail. And what he said to me was, if you do not speak for me, this will be the last time you see me. That year, there was about 50,000 caribou come across our territory. And then the following year, there was 150. And then people start complaining about other people hunting in their territory. And then I said, do not think that those caribou are your own. The caribou are there from the Creator. But they didn't listen. The following year, caribou came towards us and went the other way. That's the spirituality of the land that we live in. We do not own it. We are part of it. But I just wanted to say that somebody can we quantify, or can they quantify which is more important? Their way of life, or the needs, or our needs?
Thank you for that. Yeah, I believe what you say is true about the land use plan being millennium for our First Nations people. You know, we knew where to pick berries, we knew where to hunt, we knew where to go to fish, we knew which seasons and which animals to use. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir. And I hope everybody else can. And you know, there are tools out there. You know, we're not living back in the Stone Age anymore. So we have a treaty, and we're all treaty people, whether you're a Canadian or you're First Nations people. And we have to work together and coexist in harmony of that treaty. And we got to remember that, like he said, that nothing's ours. We have to share it, that because Mother Nature gave it to us, and we have to look after it for future generations. And you know, I appreciate all our elders, and I want to thank David and Alexa for having me up here, in the ILI group. Masicho. Oh, Dorint Inepane. Have a great day.
Sure. I also just want to acknowledge that we have among us not just First Nations, but also Inuit and Métis as well. And all Canadians are treaty people, but not all Indigenous people are treaty people is a true thing. So David, did you want to?
Yeah, just for an observation. Thank you for your comments and your observations and your lived experience. It's sad on one hand, it's taken us to the Blueberry River decision on the impacts on the treaty rights of the Treaty 8 people under cumulative impacts to acknowledge exactly the message you're bringing forward right now, is that the governments ultimately are responsible, but industry as well, who are the influencers of the resource extraction. But the governments, that court case basically proved they have no mechanism to measure the impacts on our Aboriginal rights and treaty rights. That's the value of that court case. And it's sad that it's taken that Supreme Court case to show that, give evidence to that. But that's why we need to evolve as fast as we can to UNDRIP so that it's our people saying and being heard properly on the lived experiences and impacts. So the value proposition is more prevalent, more relatable, real. And it's like when you try and bring love, spirit, and culture to a negotiating table, that's hard for industry, capitalism that doesn't speak that way. But that is the measure, the full measure of what needs to be brought to the table, is that clear understanding of who is being harmed, what is being harmed, because Canada cannot pay that bill. If we forever and a day lose access to our land-based medicines and our land-based foods and our land-based water, regardless of the quality of water is where it is today, if we lose access to that, Canada and industry around the world cannot pay that bill. In fact, the world is going to lose out. So we were in a crash course to really driving conservation principles home, going beyond 30 by 2030, and really helping the nations, the provinces, the world better understand what we inherently know. And so, you know, whoever you're working with, the elder there that spoke, I really hope you have a Guardian program started, and I really hope your leadership team invests in that Guardian program. And I really hope that you become that voice for the sturgeon and the caribou and the eagle that came and told you its story, because that's the translation that needs to be brought forward in any future development in your region, your territory. So I just hope for you that the time for change is now, not, and although it was yesterday, but now going forward, that you feel like you might be within a community that could help your nation rise. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Masicho. And thank you everyone so much for your attention for this plenary.